Good morning, team. Welcome to Blue Sky's live day trading session. Today is September 10th, 2025. It's Wednesday, hump day. We just had PPI numbers. Market is appearing to be very bullish here into the opening session. So, doing my intro and welcoming all you great traders into our morning session. Again, welcome and good luck in the New York session. Don't forget, we've got our lunch plans on sale for $49 and $69, as well as tomorrow we've got Coach Matt's fantastic free live day trading class tomorrow after market close. So if you guys are looking for an advantage or looking for an opportunity to ask a real market maker how they navigated the market, then tomorrow is the time for you. But what are you waiting for? Jump in our Discord, meet me and my friends because we can't wait to meet you as well. Again, if you guys have questions, feel free to drop those in the chat. We'd love to hear them from you. I'm gonna go ahead and jump into Discord. Rest of the team is waiting for us. We got 15 minutes till the bell. Let's take a look at these charts. Let's get ready. Let's get prepared. Let's have a great day. Let's make a ton of money. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? I hate seeing this. It looks like like numbers were good this morning. How's everybody doing? Can everybody hear me this morning? How's it going, RQ? Hello, Inc, Ted, Wiggle Wagons, MJ, Anon. See some regulars in here. Gabber, Boba $2. Well, it doesn't sound like you guys can hear me. Is that correct? And don't forget, you guys can catch us live on YouTube as well. There's our YouTube stream. And for our friends on YouTube, let me invite you guys to Discord. Hop out this chat. Got this chat out now.
Riz, we can't hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Discord. Alrighty. Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Here you are.
Awesome. I tell you, Discords can be so hooky.
Yeah, it's frustrating sometimes.
It is. It is. You'd figure by now some of those little nuances would be like solved, but yeah, it just seems like it's always a ongoing issue.
Always something.
Never. Discord's perfect.
Right? You riding this long?
I'm actually short.
Okay.
Karim doesn't go long. He was
I-
permable and then he got whacked.
Yeah.
How are you a perma bull going short at the open?
It's something I'm trying. Like it's been. I'm like, okay, let me try these counter trend trades. I feel like I'll this eval will go a little bit longer because I feel like, I mean, if I really wanted to, I can buy the dip and end up passing like in a couple days. But I want to be on here a little bit longer and practice the skill because the thing I'm really, really bad at is shorting the market.
Okay.
So I was like, let me see if I can practice some of these entries while I'm in an eval, at least.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, shorts are my almost only move.
Hmm.
Now, Gabber, remember this week? Remember what the bot said last Friday? Next trade week up. So this week is more dangerous to try to short. Because so far it's, as the bot would say, equals true.
Hmm. Yeah, we have all-time highs above us that we could be aiming for. See, like I have this purple line on my chart is my visual target because when we have news, sometimes it leaves a space, and these spaces always get retested within the same day. In my experience, I mean, I shouldn't say always because there's no always or there's no guarantees in the market, but uh, from what I've seen in my limited 1 year and 10 months of trading, um, it has always come back to at least touch this. So let's see if it does that this morning, or if it goes and tags the overnight high before
What that number?
960. It's about it's really close to the halfway mark.
I
959.
think that's, oh yeah. Oh, that's kind of funny. Because on mine, well, hold on. So on mine, you'll notice that where it gapped there just so happens to be a spot that's in between two stop bars, which is kind of interesting. So you'll see it on there, on that
I'll have
screen.
to take a look at it when I get off of here.
But it's on the screenshot I put in the chat now.
Oh,
So you'll see it's in right between those two stop bars. So that's, to me, that's interesting. I wonder if that
mhm.
happens more often than, because I haven't really gone back and looked at that like the chart that you have.
It's interesting that there's the two stop bars that you have because right now that that lines up with my ATR stop. This stop loss this trailing stop that I have is 3.5 times the ATR on the 1000 tick. So that's typically like where I'll start um, a stop loss, and then I trail closer to structure once the move starts going, which gives my trades breathing room. I can hold them for a little bit longer. Yeah, I can. That does mean I end up sitting in drawdown for a little bit, but um, if the trade's valid, it's valid. I probably just entered too early. I think the email is ready. No, it's not.
Dow's just playing at the casino level on Dow. I want it to go ahead and hit the that last level. See if it happens this week.
It should, right?
It
We're
looks,
so
I mean,
close.
the way that it's moving up, I think it might have finally broken. Let me see if it actually broke the prior 8 days high.
So I don't know if I can turn my chart upside down on TradeAV. I know I can on Project X, but one thing I like to look for is if we have on the 1,000 tick, we're like doing this movement and it's just like, slowly moving up and it's struggling. All of a sudden, if we have like one big spike like this, like an exhaustive push up, typically like that can mean that there, at least if it's reversed, like let's say we are I'm trying to buy the dip. That's one of the things that I look for before buying the dip and trying to go back up. So I wonder if that's something that we're going to see today is a pullback, a deeper pullback after this big spike up. I don't see any reason to after that inflation came down and the good housing data this morning, but we shall see.
So it
I don't think
made a
yeah.
new high over these last few days by like I think 1 point on Dow. So maybe that's
On
the
Dow.
sign that it's finally doing it.
Just approve this email.
This
You all
has
should
been
be getting
stuck here since it's been stuck here since the 22nd of August. So it finally made a 1 point higher high since the 22nd of August on Dow. So it's taken it 14 trading days.
13 days. Does anyone in the chat trade like what are those things called? Gan charts or like angles?
Mike does.
Yeah, I've been meaning to learn how to do that because it
Ask
seems like you
Mike.
can. Sure, I'll have to grab some of his time. Yeah, another thing I've been doing a little bit is trying to read time charts more. Like I have my hourly and my 5 minute here, which I never used to look at, and now I've been you know paying more close attention to the hourly and the 5 minute because I feel like most people trade the 5 minute, and in trading there's a lot of self-fulfilling prophecies. If like most people see something, like you start to see head and shoulders on the 5 minute, then people are going to start to play that head and shoulders, and they all start to pile in short. Um, and that can end up playing out just because the chart pattern is there. But it has to be something that everybody's looking at, and I realize not everyone's looking at the 1,000 tick, 100 tick. But the hourly and the 5 minute are very, very popular. Do I have another stop loss here? I don't. Be safe. What am I risking on this? I'm risking $1,000 on this trade.
Okay, team, we got 1 minute till market open. Good luck to you guys today.
Actually, about 12 seconds, Riz. We're super close. Let's see what happens. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, hit that nasty sell.
Yeah, hit my profit target. And now let's buy the dip. Okay, doesn't want to trigger me in. That's okay. See if VWAP plays out.
Oh, look at QQQ. Just give it up. Gross. So that's pretty much the majority of the news we have for this morning. I guess we've just got wholesale inventories month over month in about 25 minutes, and then we've got some crude oil inventories, and then hour and a half from now we'll have our a 17-week bond auction as well as a 2-year bond auction.
Oh, figured my risk settings. Okay, I guess I'm done for the day. And I guess it makes sense. I did 1,500 on that short this morning. I took two $200 paper cuts and then made 445 plus 270, another 700. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait. That would be 1,800. Anyway, I'm at 1705 for the day. I will see y'all tomorrow.
You got it, my friend. Have a great day. Congrats on that
You too.
victory.
Thank you. Thank you. I will see you at our staff meeting today.
Absolutely. I will see you there. Well, I guess another day of early bird catches the worm. Not just London early. I feel you, Tiff. So you got a little bit of paper cuts in the overnight session. Yeah, overnight session was pretty rowdy. It looked like we were gonna moon, and then all of a sudden it just like gave it up. I saw it too. I was like, I traded up until about I want to say 11 till about midnight. I made like $300 last night. I called it a day. So I'm up like 300 from last night. So just taking my time. Who would have saw this, right? It looked like we are gonna rip this morning for us just to do all this. Gold looked like it was starting to catch a bid, kind of stalled out here in the morning, pulling back some. Countless, so that'll teach me. You just got to be able to see when it's just not going for you, and just, you got to be able to say to yourself, it's not worth it. You got to be able to recollect and remember the costly lessons that you pay while you're doing this thing, because that's the those are the guardrails. Those are the guardrails we're all looking for. We're looking for that feeling, that sensation that is enough to give us that, like, oh, I don't want to do that. I remember the last time I did that. Like, it cost me a lot of money. And that's really what you're doing. Exactly. You're like, yeah, no way. I'm not going to do that. That was a costly mistake that I paid for. And that's really what you're doing. You're kind of you're paying for those mistakes, and then you start to remember them. Good morning. Did you short NQ? You know what? Not as of yet. I wasn't quite sure what we're gonna do at the open. I'm not usually that trigger happy out the open. As a matter of fact, I tried to do that yesterday and I got burned on it. Yet I try to go. I try to be like guns blazing yesterday, and for me that just doesn't work. You know, I find that me just kind of staying in my normal trades that I'm able to see for myself. Some people are just more successful at that time. I'm just I just don't like going for the opening like that. It's too volatile for me. Wow. All right, there it is. Well, based on numbers that we got this morning, we have just given up all that move. Gonna take a break, get a mental reset, wait for blue skies, exciting news to come out, and try and catch a sell. Yes, ma'am. Hey, good luck to you. Good luck to you on that. Hey, don't worry. That sometimes that is something that we all need to do. I myself sometimes will do that. I will stop. I'll stop trading. I'll stop trading for a day or so just to kind of give myself just a break. Sometimes the weekend. The 2 days away from the charts is just not enough. You get so wound up in the necessity of what you think you need to do that you lose kind of sight of everything else, you know? Especially in this thing since we have no bosses, we are our own boss. It's tough. Do you trade the Dow? Sometimes I trade the Dow. Sometimes I trade the Dow. Depends. The only reason I deviate from Nasdaq is if Nasdaq is consolidating too tight. If we're not expanding and if we're not really moving and if I see that we're too tight in a range, that's when I'll roll over to that. But more often than not, I stay with Nasdaq. Nasdaq usually gives me what I need. Shish. I'm actually just looking at gold right now. Market pulling back on itself, pushing down to 23,918. You're on the 5 minute now. It's broken below the 9, the 26 VWAP. Now it's holding on to a 4 hour support at 917.16. The 200 EMA is also there. So we do have a couple of levels of support. We also consolidated here before this push up. You can see that we were there around midnight CST before we broke up to the upside. So let's see if we hold this level or we reject it. I don't think it's time yet to go long, though. I think we got like another 20 minutes before we go long. Let's see, though. I'm gonna stick strict to my normal habit, which is, I wait for that 9:30-ish mark to kind of start looking at that trade. So let's see if we continue to sell a little bit more. Maybe we dip into yesterday's orb. You know what? As a matter of fact, I didn't draw today's orb. I just left the overnight orb, and we're fairly high from that. We've got the 200 there, so I don't think we need to hold on to that for today. We can let go of the past. There. Orb low is right at that 4 hour. Interesting. So you got the 4 hour and you got the orb right there. So, hmm, pretty interesting. Hey, you can see it right there on the 5 minute. Bulls are trying to hold it here. Can they hold it though? That's my question. They're trying to buy it. Bitcoin has broken 114,000, up 0.98% for the day. Ethereum has broken 4,400, up 0.92% for the day. GameStop shares are up 5.34% for the day, sitting at 24.85 a share for you apes. How about you, 007? So you like to trade the Dow? You trade it very often? Oh man, look at that push down, nasty. Huh? Looks like a major reversal trend at this time. Yeah, it does. Hmm. They're pushing. They're trying to test that orb low. Looks like a major trend reversal at this point. Might be. I'm slowly learning that the only thing I'm consistent at is trading the range. Anything in the channel with my core insurance term trend or within a range, a wedge. you know, wiggle wagons. The reason that is because as you start trading, you'll start realizing that it's easier to scalp. So you'll end up taking profits faster, and you'll end up what feels like scalping. Like you guys, like a lot of you all, like Coach Matt. Coach Matt the other day pointed out that I'm a great scalper, right? And in my mind, I'm not a scalper. In my mind, I'm a I'm a trend trader, but the appearance to other people that observe my trading is that I'm scalping constantly. But that's just because, you know, the trend just doesn't allow me that. That like some other folks have mentioned, they were like, "Hey, Rez, you don't keep these crazy trades going, throughout the session." But like I had mentioned, I was like, well, the unfortunate thing is that we haven't really had any trend days that I could just kind of sit and cook in a position the whole day, because I would love that. Honestly, would love that. The only thing is that we've had these, 100-point ranges within the market, so it makes it difficult to do anything as far as a trend trade. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. I'm getting sell signals here on Nasdaq. Still holding on to that or below though. You got wholesale inventories here coming up in a few. You got 2.5 minutes for that. I still get any breakouts. It's because 90% of breakouts fail. That's why. That's what makes trading a breakout very difficult. A lot of traders don't really realize that. It feels like that because that's what you hear, you know? It feels like that because that's what you hear. Most people are going to be quiet like you know, like me. Most traders are going to be quiet the majority of the session because we're all just waiting. But then when the trade and the opportunity comes, that's when, we start posting, you see those guys putting their gains on social media, but you honestly just don't know how many hours they've been waiting for that trade or how many accounts they've blown. You know what I'm saying? You sit here and you look at us. I mean, even when we got Coach Matt in here, we ain't taking a bunch of trades. We're taking just a handful of trades. The majority of the time, we're waiting. I mean, that's what trading is. Trading is 90% waiting, 5% buying, and 5% selling. But 90% of the time, you're waiting. That's why, a lot of us always emphasize you should be doing something else. You should have something else going on. You know, work on your online store, work on your side, your little passion projects. I've got a blown account graveyard. It's because of being patient, man. Everybody wants that instant gratification, right? I want it, you want it, we all want it. Problem is that we don't get that every day. We get that maybe once every, week and a half. You get that rowdy expansion to one side. I mean, look at us today. We get that push up. We've already given up all that move for the morning news. Very difficult. And you know what? I'm right there with you guys. I've blown countless accounts, dozens of accounts. Just a little sell off. And it more like taking profit because it's been very controlled this morning. I'd like to see us sell down a little bit more before we push, but we're at the 200. We're at the 200 on the 5 minutes, so very strong support, 4 hour support. You got the orb. You really have three. You have three confluences right here when you stop and look at it right here, right? So if you guys are looking for that confluence and you're wondering, this is where you would really, kind of buckle down on it because look, one, you have the 200 EMA, you got a 4 hour support, you've got the bottom of the 15-minute orbs. You got three different confluences right here to give you to say, hey, you know what, we should go long, you know. So let's see if this holds true. You know, how I look at it is this: it's all about probabilities. If I take the trade, that's why a lot of times I'll start trailing the stop and I'll start moving it into the money. Because I don't mind getting stopped out. I really don't have a problem getting stopped out. I have a problem losing money. Losing money is my thing. That's where I'm like, well, I don't want to lose money. So wholesale inventories were down 0.1% from the forecasted 0.2%. So it looks like inventories are slightly down. Look at that. Oracle, PLTR. It looks like we're going for it. It's just inventories right now, but you need news events to move crude oil. Even the numbers, they don't move crude oil enough to have any significance. You need policy. Policy is what moves crude oil. How about that? The inventories and stuff like that, that's all manipulated. Those guys all know what they're doing. They're all in they're all in little little parties, dinner parties together laughing and stuff. So, the moves on oil are very controlled, in my opinion. There's a lot of manipulation there. Exactly. It's literally a cartel. Like the crude oil indice itself is basically just a cartel because it's all the good old boy system. If you got money, you get to sit at the table and you get to pick. You know, it's just as simple as that. So for that reason, makes it difficult. If I can look at something and if I can say that the level of manipulation is far greater than the capabilities of what my technical analysis will be, and if I have to throw it out because of just hooky stuff, I won't trade it. Yeah, that's the one reason why I don't trade penny stocks. I used to love penny stocks. All that stuff. I mean, there is good gains to be made, but the level of manipulation there, you just can't account for it. If I can't factor it in with my risk management, then I don't want to do it. I'd rather trade gold. Exactly. See, stuff like that, it makes it impossible. Yeah, it makes it so difficult. I'm all about opportunities, and I want to cheat in the market. That's literally it. I want to cheat in the market the way market makers do. So I have to use every trick I know. And if it means that sometimes I'm gonna have to miss out on certain trades because of you know the byproducts that are associated with them, then the most important thing to me is my money. Nothing else is more important to me in the market than my money. So to me, I have to protect my assets at all cost. Check this out. CBOE plans to launch a cash settled futures and options on the new index tracking tech and growth oriented stocks. That's going to be interesting. That's right, Steve. That's right, Steve. We are in a bullish trend right now. Looks like it's holding that orb. Perfection. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Well, market has kind of settled down here. What we doing? It looked like we are going to start moving up to the upside, but stalled out here. Getting buy signals on NQ. There goes the market. Starting to push. Strike tipped. Push it real good. Over the 9 and the 26 on the 5 minute now. Still in the middle of that orb though. Just don't want to do it. We do need a soundboard in here. It's kind of sad that we don't have one. I'm going to talk to the guys. It would make the day so much more easier. How are you doing today? You green? You've been trading this morning? I just took a little scalp on NQ. Took a scalp on an upside push. I was kind of looking right now. I'm just waiting. I want to be patient. Yesterday I was way too aggressive yesterday, and I paid the cost of that. So today I wanna take my time. It looks like we're gonna roll over though on NQ. It's just so slow. Let's take a look at the heat map real quick. Mm, a lot of red on that chart. I don't like that. I'd like to see more green. I mean, look at app. Who cares about Apple? Amazon, Meta, Netflix. Dang. I was looking at puts on Oracle, and they are juiced. Dang. Looks like we're getting that push up now. $96. Huh. Taking its time to make its move up. A little bit of a rejection here. I'll be right back. I gotta wash up real quick. Be back in a second. All right, team. Sorry about that. I am back. Oh, let's look at this slow grind. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What's everybody doing this morning? You guys surviving through this consolidation? Man, this consolidation is tight. I mean, when we move, we're gonna move though. Looks like it wants to give it up though. Hmm. I do not want a slow day like this. This is not what I feel like dealing with. Yesterday was yesterday was horrible at the end of the day. Oh man, come on. This is so boring. About 15 minutes into the London Power Hour now. Run data high now. It looks like it. We're just gonna get a slow push up. Looks like it wants to push though. Hmm. All right, it looks like we're slowly pushing that orb high again. Let's see. I don't know why my fills aren't working here. Maybe I don't have enough. That's not enough to take it. Ah, weird. Trying to see if I can get some of my automated trade strategies to come up on my paper trading account on TradingView. Trying to see if I can get them to pop. How's everybody else doing today? I'm having a fairly green day, just up a few $100 today. You guys know me. Not too bad though. Over the course of the last 3 days, I'm up $1,000 in my PA. We're going slowly but surely. So far, three green days. Kind of mad at myself though. Ratio is off. Should be better than this though. Should be much better than this. Listen to me, you guys are all about your stats. Drop them in. This is where I'm at for the week. Not too bad. So they went a 50-point base cut. Trump is pounding social media again, telling too late Powell to cut those rates. Got do have some market news tomorrow, so we'll have to see how this kind of starts playing out. It's getting heated though. It's getting heated. Would that be a bear flag to you on the 15-minute? Not really, because it's too high up. You'd have to be further down the pole. Tell me about it, bro. It is boring. Hey, but you know what? These are those days that most of us as traders find kind of challenging because when it's boring, you don't want to get trigger happy. You want to take your time and find your trade. Don't get antsy because you haven't found a trade. What are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Take your time, find your trade, see how much time you've got left in the day. What have you done so far in the day? Are you green, negative? How much time do you have left to sit there where you're at? It is definitely, bro. It's definitely too hard. That's why I start looking at other stuff, because the last thing I want to do is get trigger happy and start making bad decisions. We are our worst enemies at times in the market. Yep. Well, you start really just start drawing out your levels. I feel that's why the 15-minute orb offers such a great, trade range. If you're unsure, you're trying to find your edge at the very beginning. You know, you want something that's going to offer you multiple type of, entries and exits. I mean, for the most part, you'd be saving yourself from getting chopped up right now. The only real decent trade we had so far was the bounce off of the orb low. That's the only real like from my perspective, unless you were very aggressive out the go and shorting the open. That would be, once you saw the EMA's cross, you took the short, and even then you might have gotten wicked out, depending on sizing and where your entry was. You were short 24. It's a tough one though. I don't want to get wicked out. See, that's what mortifies me. That scares me. I don't want to get wicked out because to me, if I get wicked out, that's an instant $300 I'm gonna lose, and I don't like losing an instant $300. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like losing an instant $300. I want to have a fighting chance, and to me, that doesn't offer the fighting chance. You know, going into the market, you're fighting the beast. You're fighting the pound per pound champ, right? To be the champ, you got to beat the champ, right? So that's how I kind of look at it. If I go in guns blazing in the morning, champ's gonna beat me, man. He's gonna make me pay to play, and I don't wanna pay a high surcharge to play and participate. You know what I'm saying? I wanna take the least amount of risk and and see the most amount of return. And unfortunately, the open doesn't do that to me. To me, I see the most amount of risk with with a with a slight chance of a decent amount of reward. You know what I'm saying? And I already know that 9 times out of 10, if I treat that, I'm gonna get cut. And I'm not trying to discourage you guys. I'm not trying to discourage you guys. I just know myself, my emotions, and the way I manage the trade. And for my own mental psychology, it doesn't line up well. You know, I don't want to be here all stomping my foot on the ground. I don't want the anxiety. I don't want that stress and that emotional like sense of it. I don't take any pleasure in that. And it doesn't give me anything that I can build off of the rest of the day. Because the way I'll feel, the way I got out of that trade is, oh man, thank God. Man, I almost lost my butt on that trade. I don't want that because at the end of it, psh, you're right. You're right, Leo. It has been nothing but just nothingness. Just tight consolidation. Look at this. It's gross. Just a lot of barcoding. I will say this though, when we get the move, it's gonna be volatile. It's looking like it wants to sell though. It doesn't look like it wants to hold the level. Retail, retail is holding the price. It's getting chopped up. All those zero DTEs that are just flip flopping, buying and selling. People that are, oh, I'm gonna go long. Oh no, it's pulling back. I gotta go short. All that flip flopping. Let's take a look at gold. We were looking at gold earlier. Gold looks like it might be catching that bid there at that bottom level. hmm Holding a support, still in that range. Look at that. If it holds this, and if it starts to go, I'm gonna set some alerts on gold. I've been trading zero DTEs and options gold. I don't know why, but I've just been loving the gold trade. I got Man, when I see Coach Matt, I'm gonna buy him dinner because you know what? He's paying for dinner with his gold that's teachings he gave me. I gotta say that. I gotta say that. Ted says that we've got a wall at 980. I'm sorry, 980 and 985. Yeah, I'm looking at QQQ. QQQ's got a wall at 585, 583 right now. It's trying to bust through. High side target is 584 if it can get there. That's your third call wall on it, but I don't know. This this volume is just garbo. That's funny. Take a look back at gold again. Ooh, rejecting. What's going on with Tesla today and AVGO? Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla was kind of catching a bid yesterday, and look at that. Looks like more of the same. Well, actually not. While the rest of the market was ripping yesterday, Tesla was a nothing burger, right? And look at us now. We're testing what Monday's high right now on Tesla. Oh my God. Can we get that Ripa? Well, if you're looking to see what's carrying the market right there for you, Tesla. We break this range and sheesh. We break this range and Tesla could get some real legs here. Friday, Monday, it's been testing this range. Oh yeah. This could get real spicy with Tesla if it goes for it. Look at the 15. I remember when AVGO was like so expensive. Remember when it was like 2,000, like 1,200 a share? Man, look at that. Wow. NVDA is not doing that though. Have we seen NVIDIA for the day? Check this out. Oh, wrong one. Dang it. This dollar. Actually pushing. Huh. Yeah, no kidding. I needed to. It was so overpriced, man. It's just like Chipotle. Just eating the other contestants. Remember when Chipotle was like that? That was crazy. Alrighty, team. We got about 25 minutes left in the London Power Hour. I'm gonna get myself a little coffee. I'll be right back. I mean, AVGO is literally eating the other company. Success of AVGO represents the demise of others, not progress. AVGO is basically a ransomware company. Is it? Is it really just like that? I mean, I've never looked into it like that. And I'm out of the infosec space. Yes, it holds infrastructure hostage and jacks up infrastructure prices to the max point each can pay. Yeah, I'll have to definitely do some more research into it because that sounds really interesting. I'm done with watching NQ. You know what? Let's take a look at some of the other indices because this is just boring. Let's take a look at the Russell. Russell looks like it's selling. Dow is already selling. Wow, interesting. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, the Dow. Gross. That a support level. Well, silver. Meh. Gold did the same thing. Gold looks like it wants to sell as well. Oh. I think he's still in that no trade zone for me. You guys know me. I usually look for a pivot around this time frame. I start trying to figure where the market might start to break in one general direction, going into New York launch. Doesn't look like it's giving us any telltale signs this morning. AVGO is basically, yes, it holds. Jackson. AVGO acquired VMware and the Docker infrastructure and is now preventing every IT infrastructure in corporate America from running like it used to unless they pay extreme licensing fees. There goes crude oil. And did it just bounce? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you're right. I was just looking at it. I knew that something was going to exhibit some strength. I knew it was going to come from somewhere. With the market looking so weak, something else will have strength. And Q kind of maybe might do something here. Really interesting on crude oil, though. Breaking out of this range. Wow. That's actually really, really interesting. We are out of this range. Jeez. You can see that we've been ranging. We attempted this on Tuesday, and it looks like now might be possibly going for it. This is a large setup on CL, about a month of setup. I would believe it. On the daily, you're making kind of a W too. And it does look like you're starting to roll over. On the daily, you're already over the 9 and VWAP. Yep, and now I'm hearing in the reports that crude oil is popping. Now I'm hearing the markets reporting the crude oil. Man, they're too slow. They're too slow. They can't keep up with us, boss. They can't keep up with us. We're faster. That's right. That's a great thing about having a team of folks with us, right? Everybody's looking at something. Yeah, I hope you guys don't mind. NQ is just flat right now. It's not doing anything. Uh-oh. Looks like NQ might be starting to catch a bid. Let's flip on over. Let's take a look at this. There's a new IPO. Yeah, you know what the scary thing is though, is that what happens if we get the rate cut and we start selling? We dump. Imagine that. Psh, crazy. All right, enough of that. Sorry guys. I do like some penny stocks. I ain't trading them. I'm just looking. I'm observing. Oh, they're probably gonna sell it, man. That is the scary reality of it, man. Anything to take money from retail, man. Those guys, man, they are a master of that. They will look for any way to take your money. Yeah, it is all priced in already. I mean, if we're running highs and stuff like that, that's what they're doing. They're pricing it all in. Got about 15 minutes left for London Power Hour. That's right. Last last 15 minutes of the London Power Hour. What a tricky day, right, guys? Dang, that was fast. Dang, that was. I didn't even see that. Did you guys see how fast that was? Oh my god, that was like insanely fast. I didn't realize that that thing was quick like that. I didn't even see the order on the dang screen. How much did we make off that? 275 off that. Nice. How much am I up now? I'll take it. Well, I guess the algos are working now. Nice. I just didn't think it was gonna go that quick. Yeah, I'm kind of work. I'm trying to work on getting some of my signals to start coming up on the charts. That's actually kind of what I want to do. So I want some of my signal trades to come up, but that's too fast. Ain't nobody gonna be able to take that kind of trade that quick. There's a sell. We're selling now. Hmm. Oh, that's gross. Market looking like it really wants to sell. Starting to approach that orb low. I'm looking at QQQ 578s. They're sitting at about 14 cents. Oh, look at that. Algo just got me into a trade. And that's it. We just scalped along right there. Boom. You asked for me? Always want you, Ted. We're approaching that low. What are we gonna do now? No, we got 6 minutes till the end of London Power Hour. So also gonna put us about 35 minutes outside of New York lunch, gang. I got a little McWago's egg McMuffin sandwich. The wifey got me, so thanks to her. I've actually had it sitting here on my desk. I've been on pins and needles looking at the market, trying to scalp this. Doing pretty good today, though. Doing pretty good today. I'm digging where we're sitting. That was last night. That was last night that we got that. It was about I want to say it was like 2 hours about 2 hours after open or an hour after the market open. We got like a we got like a crazy little push, and then all of a sudden it just stalled out because nobody could tell if those reports were accurate or not. All right, team. There it is. There is your London close. I got 30 minutes till New York lunch. I thought the market was trying to catch a bid there, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Ooh, that's a pretty good little monthly bonus. Nice, nice. That's sweet right there. Oh, market's looking pretty gross, so doesn't look like they want to give us those upside moves. Hmm. Hmm. Kind of boring here. You can get that sell. Come on, sell it. Tickets to that prior low. All right, what are we doing with crude oil? That bull flag on crude oil right there. Hmm. Well, that crude's probably going to continue breaking out. Mm, gold. Looks like it wants to roll over to sell. Look at you guys with your Apple, with your iPhones. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what Apple's going to do, but they need to do something. It's gross. They're going to rip gold. You think they're going to rip gold? Yeah, this is true, right? You know what, Arcu? I learned my lesson the other day shorting gold because I lost some money on it. So you're right. Shorting gold is like shorting America. And we never short America. Mm. Bitcoin looks like it wants to break out. You can see that the red is really starting to kick in on the heat map. Only saving grace for the market right now is Nvidia and AVG, the chip sector, basically. And of course, Apple's not contributing anything at all. Bleeding, if anything, adding to the selling pressure for sure. Probably gonna have to take Apple out of the Nasdaq. No, I'm just joking. I don't think they would. Hmm. DoorDash is working on drone deliveries in San Francisco. Something's going. Something's going, RQ. It's one of these guys. Gold's got a lot to eat through. It's got to eat through all that bearish order block to get to that upside. Looks like NQ is also trying to catch a bid here, trying to make a move to the upside. I don't know. Let's get back over to NQ. NQ's struggling. It's fighting. It is trying its best. I don't think it's gonna go yet though. We'll see though. Got like 3 minutes on this 15-minute candle. See if it can reclaim, get over this EMA. A little bit of that rejection here. I think he's struggling. I mean, you got a lot to get through. You got VWAP, you got the 26, you got the 9. NQ's going for it. Can it roll over though? Still struggling. Less than 15 minutes till New York launch. I was thinking Q's maybe gonna get that push. I mean, it's weak. His weak sauce here. Hmm. Yeah, you know, it does look like crude oil is making that move. NQ is also starting to break out some, it looks like. Still just consolidating, no real range. I mean, we tested the orb low, and that's about it. Now we're right back in the middle of the range. I mean, it's disgusting. This price action is just gross. Let's try tip. Get a short mirror, girl. Rejected here. Can't get it. Holding the 9, though. God. We're 2 minutes away from New York lunch team. So I would expect maybe a little bit more movement. I'll be honest, I was looking for downside. I thought we were going to actually dip in. What is this? Sorry about that. I was I was listening to the SEC chairman Paul Atkins talking about making a statement about crypto. Crypto's time has come is basically what they were saying. Uh, Fart coin, right? Pretty much. Get that fart coin. Uh-oh. Algo's got me long. All right, team. We are in New York lunch now. We're about 2 minutes in. They're gonna sell this. More fart coin. I feel you on that. Well, that's nasty. Dang. Okay. Nasty. Come on, Bulls. Come on, Bulls. Take it back. Get us back over that 200. Come on. Dang. Come on, Bulls. Come on. Get it back up there. Come on, NQ. Do it. Come on. Come on, Bulls. Take this. No, I guess not. Dang. Man, I have to hop out of this. I got this on my live account down like 180 on the trade right now. It's kind of managing it right now. I'm still up a few $100 for the day, but I don't want to give up more. I don't want to give up a whole lot of money, especially if it's going to dump. Market's been weird today. It has been weird. It's just been just a difficult day. I stopped out on my short and I would have been fine right now. You know, that's the more upsetting part of it. I was actually looking at shorts. I even mentioned it earlier. Come on. Man. Although this could be that pivot for the upside move, that push down. We're about that time. Bulls. I got the balance at 920. It could be off though, but it keeps coming back. We got to get over the 200 though. You see the 200 at 940. We get over the 200 and we should be all right. Come on. Got a minute left on this 3 minute candle. Come on, baby. Push it. Push it for Riz. Got a minute left. Come on, hold it. Hold it. Get us over the 200. Come on, baby. Come on, NQ. Do it. Don't let them take it. $16 seconds left on this 3 minute. Trying to push that 200. Come on, baby. Do it. Then close to it. Come on, baby. Just give us that push up. Come on, NQ. Do it. You're so close. Come on, NQ. Yeah, you're right, bro. Oh my God. Come on, NQ. Do it. Let's need a couple of points up and we're out. I'm short though. I'm not that short. I'm like 5'11. 935. Oh my God. I want to see a breakout 920. Oh, sweet Jesus. Come on. Come on, do it, NQ. Let me out, and then you can give Ted whatever he wants. You can give him $1 million. You can make him rich. Come on, just catch me. Let me out. Bulls are out to lunch, I guess. Come on. And keep pushing the 200 again, as well as the nine. Bulls are getting smoked at the 200. I think this is gonna be my last trade of the day. If I get out of this is my last trade of the day. This is just too stressful. This market is just, eh, it's wearing me out. It's wearing me out today. Uh, the back and forth, not not vibing with my mental. That's for sure today. Let's see if we can make that run to the 26. I should be taking profit right around there. My profit target on NQ right now is 948. 948.50 to a T. That is my take profit. That's what I'm shooting for. So I'll be taking profit across the board because I am in this on not only on sim but also a PA. Let's see though. Come on, NQ, let's go. Dang, stuffed it right under the 200. I don't want to let it go. Yeah, we just got the rejection. Dang it. Look at that. Just gave it up. Hold. Hold the line. Hold the line. Come on, NQ. You're so dang close. Just give my 85. Right. Everybody's nerves today. Oh, this is it though. This is how it goes, you know. What, 19 minutes into New York lunch now. I feel you. Oh, pinche mugre chingada. Yeah, they ain't gonna pick this up. They're gonna dump it. Yeah, they're gonna dump it. I'm out. I'm out. Come on. What? Why won't this close me? Oh my god, this piece of junk. Yeah, I broke that level now. Broke that level down to the low. Sorry, I was having some problems getting out of my trade, so I gave up a whole lot more money of profit than I wanted to because the platform wouldn't let me exit the trade for some odd reason. So, it is what it is. Easy come, easy go, right? Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Wow. Yeah, that is what it is. I hear you on that. Yeah, I just took a long on that. Just made back $56 of my loss. Still not quite back up to my 300 bucks, but I'm halfway there. Tell me about it, Nacho. I guess I should have held that position. I would have probably been all right. It's just a lot of drawdown, though. I don't want to give up my gains. I want to stay green for the day. I'm not about to go red on the day because a trade goes against me. The heck with that. I ain't here for that. Hex no. I don't have one problem being wrong. I have a problem losing money. Oh yeah, Harley parts are not cheap. Can understand that. We're gonna hold this orb now and start making our upside move here. Let's try this. See if we can make up some money. I'll put the stop at the prior low, that wick low. Let's see if we hold this. We got some money to make up from that loss. Oh, there's that push. Makes two of us. There we go. See if we hold this. Oh, come on, hold it. Getting that push now. Let's see. We'll hold it. Florida court is saying that the open carry is not enforceable. First District Court says the open carry ban is not enforceable across the state. So, if you guys are into gun stocks, yep, gun stocks. You know, there's a lot of folks here that are looking at a lot of different things. So, you know me, I double across the spectrum. I look for strength anywhere. So, I'm here to make money. Smith and Wesson, and there goes NQ breaking lower. Oh, oh man, the cell is kicking now. Wow, that's gross. Wow, so much for that. Yeah, but it looks like we're gonna dump it. Yeah. Making back my losses. I'm up 174 now, so $125 down-ish. Maybe a little bit more than that. What was I at my peak? 347. So yeah, I'm about halfway there. Two, three, four, four, 340. Yeah, I'm like halfway there. Halfway back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in some shorts right now. I mentioned it all morning. I was like, I was waiting for the short. There's that bid. Or those bulls trying to catch it back. Gotta stay under. I think we'll stay under. I think we'll continue selling. At the session open. I think he's looking gross. Yeah. Can you guys still hear me? It looks like I got a little bit of a disconnect for a second. You guys still hear me? Still see my stream? Nope, can't hear you. Oh, she's so funny. Come on, just a little more. A couple more points up. Come on. I'm trying to scalp this up. Come on. A few more points. Come on. Come on. Just a little push. Mumbles. Come on. Just a few more points. Come on. Brother, you wouldn't imagine how salt and pepper I am, bro. I'm so salt and pepper, it's not even funny. I don't know how it happened in the last like 2 years. My black hair turned salt and pepper on me like feverishly fast. Like I didn't even notice it. It's like all of a sudden I was like, dang, my hair is like real salt and pepper. Well, I know you were talking about that salt and pepper. That's my dad joke is I always pivot to something else when somebody says something. That's my dad's superpower. it I always pivot. Like someone will say something, or like my kids will say something, and I'll pivot and I'll say that they're saying something else. Like my kids love they like the artist Playboy Cardi. So I always make fun of my sons and I'm like, "Oh, you guys are all excited about Cardi B? I heard Cardi B's got her new album coming out." They're like, Dad, come on, Dad." I'm hoping for it. I need to get myself something to drink. I'm thirsty. Oh my God. They were like almost at my take profit. Oh my God. They couldn't just give it to me. They were like a point away. Oh my God. Oh, how many am I in this? Four. Hmm, that's weird. Hmm, dang. Come on. Give me my give my take profit. Come on, baby. Do it. Do it. Oh, come on. You're like right there. Oh, why can't you just give it to me? It was just like right, right there. Go. It is comical, brother. It is comical. This is the way it feels like most of the time. Oh my god. I'm out. I'm out. Oh my goodness. We're up $200 for the day now. Thank you. Thank you, baby Jesus. God. It is playing games, man. It is taunting me, bro. When are we when are the live streams happening? This would have been great footage. Brother, the live streams are happening right now, bro. The live streams are happening right now. They're out there on the interwebs. You can catch them on YouTube. You can catch them on Roku. You can catch it on Apple Play. So if you want to hear me grunting and moaning all day long, you can catch it there. The courtesy of your living room. I'm just glad I'm not crying. Just grateful for that. Just grateful I'm not crying today. Oh my God. So we only need $140 and we're back to our high a day balance. You don't want to see the emotion with my eyes. There's a lot of tears. There's a lot of hurt in those eyes. Oh my goodness. I'm getting buy signals here on NQ for a possible strong trend. They're a little late though. They used to be worse. I remember days I'd be here and I would just be, man, I would lose it. I would lose it. I mean, I would just have a meltdown. It was it was not fun. It was not fun. But it's the same thing that we all go through. And that's why I always say there is no difference between any of us. We're all the same. We all go through the same thing, the same feelings. And you want to grab your monitor off the desk and go chunk it out in the backyard. My buddy Andrew, he's done that. I mean, literally, he's torn his monitor off his desk, went and thrown it in his swimming pool. And we've seen it. We've seen it. It's But then you end up losing more money because then you got to replace the monitor. Not fun. I got this stress ball that used to look like like a wad of $100 bill, and from squeezing it and like just having it in my hand so long, I've worn the logo, the label, and all the print because it looked like $100 wrapped in a rubber band, and it doesn't look like that anymore. Just from you just sitting here, I just stressing, just oh, give it to me. Give it to me. There's that push. Crazy. Ish. Oh my God. Tell me about it, MJ. Talk about whipsaw action day, right? I mean, very challenging day. I'll say that. At least from my observation. I'm not sure about you guys, but yeah, definitely a challenging day. Algos have done mediocre for the day, to be honest with you. Not as good as what I would have anticipated. I'm down $34 and I'm thankful. And we can make that up in a heartbeat, right? I mean, you give me an opinion if I gotta choose between being down 500 or $34, I'll take $34. Sounds like you've been managing your risk fairly well with this turbulent market here in the morning session. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Just one contract, not very confident in anything. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. It's been like that most of the day. So slow. And welcome to the end of New York lunch team. Cray cray. Boring price action all morning. Boring price action. Nothing to write home about. Pretty whack. It's been challenging. Coach, can you explain about XSP put closing in the money? What, like cash settlement? All you're looking is for is cash settlement. Because XSP con, you're gonna get settled at the end of the night. So like if you want the money to trade overnight, like in the futures, you'll have that money available to you at midnight. If you do like American, you have to wait until the open to get access to your money. That's what the difference is. So it's the type of settlement that really affects it. And also, since SPY, QQQ, you can trade past the cash session, their values will fluctuate, right? So, like if you're trading a zero DTE SPY or QQQ, even at the bell, you can still enter and exit or take profit on your position, right? Whereas the XSP and SPX will not. At the bell, they will cash settle, and once people start getting liquidated and forced closed at the bell, that's where the value starts to drive into the price of it. Because up until the bell, you're only seeing the volatility of where the price is moving around your strike, right? And then once it closes the books, that's where they pencil in paper what the final contract value is. So what you're really hoping for is at that last second, you'll get that push that'll drive you further into the money. So like instead of it cash settling at normally, let's say that you cash settle like 15 or 20 cents in the money, that would mean that your contract would be like only like maybe like 24 cents, maybe 25 cents of value. But like if the strike goes into the money, like let's say 50 or 60 cents, that means that your contract could actually have a final value of like 50 to 75 cents per contract. So it's just a matter of the settlement time on the closing. Does that give it a little bit more explanation for you? Cool. And the reason for me trading the excess fees specifically, it was a double-sided. One, Robinhood will only let me hold that and SPX up until on the close. Everything else they'll force liquidate me 30 minutes before market close, right? So there's that. The other thing also is that their cost was much cheaper. You know, the cost was a lot cheaper than buying a SPX contract. So that was that kind of like the double side of it, you know. So really, you got to look at what platform you're trading on and the reasons why you would want to use it, you know. So that's what General and I were focusing on that because we were specifically on that platform that it was just better. You know, if I go to Webull, if I go to Schwab or anything else, I can hold till two. I can hold till the bell. I'm sorry. Right now it's 170 in the money. Nice.
Your futures trade is $1.70 in the money.
No, she's talking about a SPX or XSP
I
contract.
know. I'm just being funny.
Ah, okay.
But since we're talking about being in the money,
Nice.
I'm in the money too on a couple. And for our hymns, HIMZ fans and Ethereum ones, I still have those. But those are equity um, trades. I have the actual shares.
Yeah, I was in some QQQ puts earlier. I cut them. I was like losing money on them. I should have held them. I'd be green right now.
I've had that NQ trade since 23,665.
Nice.
I should close it. I was just on time trades, the trade for the week is up, so I did have a position from that price. And then when we switch to down again, I'll short and I'll just keep it open until the trade ends. It should be happening soon. What do you mean trading the Malaysian accent? Like their market, or because I just, if you're referring to just like if I keep the trades open, they stay open for days. Well, futures trades positions stay open for days on some of them. Sometimes weeks, months.
Hmm. Well, I'm glad, MJ. Sometimes you gotta do that, kind of take a break and then reset and then come back to it, I took a break for a good while trading options, and then, a little over a year ago, I brought them back, because some days you just can't make money some days it's more difficult to make money in futures. And some days, you want to capitalize on the move, you want that 1,000%er, and you gotta take it in the futures. You gotta take that in options. It has been, bro. Been disgusting. Wow. Dang, Tip, you over there doing the robot? I like it. My favorite is this guy. This guy's my favorite because he would always pop in and he'd be doing this dance. No kidding, man. The oh, it's disgusting. Hmm. Oh no, no, I like the robot. You don't want to see me in a leotard. Nobody wants. Well, my wife might want to see me in the leotard. You don't want to see me in the leotard. It's too late. The children have been scarred for life. They cannot unsee what has been seen. This is crazy. This is criminal. Yes, we are. We're continuing to dump. Now under the 15-minute or below. Just quite disgusting. Looks like the sell hasn't even really started. This could just be the beginning of it. Let's see. Let's take a short on this. Or to stop at the orb high. Dude, I'm barely responding to that question today. Man, talk about being ready for it. See if we can get that wick low in the overnight session. That would be 23,822. See if we can get that push. We are rolling, 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 rolling. So the put is working for us now. Oh, that's gross. Mhm. Oh, that cell is gross. Man, I'm gonna put my stop in the money. Put my stop in the money right about right there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take it before it pulls back quite ugly. See, told you. It come back. I knew it'd come back. I'm gonna cut it because I don't want it to stop me out. I'll take it where it's at. That's fine with me. I ain't greedy. I'll get out of the way with this thing. Dang. Dang. Hmm. Oh man. Oh man. Busting doors down is true, brother. Busting doors down. Gross. Ah. Well, that sella's really pushing now. Mm, wow. My downside target on NQ is 23,812. Yeah. Mm. done. Well, it looks like we're holding this level for now. Get a pullback before we get that push lower on this thing. Gold is pushing up. I ended up picking up a QQQ 584 call and I tested. It was like 3 cents. Although I do see your 888 and does look like we might see more downside, so we'll see. Let's take a look at gold, see what gold is doing. There's that mark. Mm-mm-mm. Dang. There's that rejection down on NQ. You think crude oil is making its next leg? Gold. Gold going for two. There's no gold cons that expire today, right? I think tomorrow, the 10th. Oh no, there are zero DTEs. GLD 336 calls are 14 cents right now. You get a push on gold and psh, you're making money. Crude oil leg failed. Never mind. Gotcha. And keep pushing. It's a wild move on that. Could gold do it? About 15 minutes from the top of the hour. Man, talk about some cruddy price action today, team. Let's take a look at gold real quick. Gold's still stalled out. Hmm. Goes in Q. See if we can get that VWAP move. Stopped. Stumped on that, right? All right, team, I am back. Dang, we got stopped out on that one, huh? It's positive. Stepped away, the market dumped when you did. Yeah, I went to go put my cup of coffee in the kitchen. Still looking at gold. I'm looking at those one out the money cons, the 336s. They're at like 13 cents now. Goes gold. Cool. Those cons are at like 15 cents now. I'm just eyeing them. They're just right there. Uh, so it always feels our cue. You get up and walk away, and the market starts to move without you. Okay, Anon's talking about crude oil. I'm eyeing those cons. A little bit of a rejection there on crude. Looks like the buyer's trying to step in for it. 2 minutes from the top of the hour, team. Right, crude looks like it's gonna sell. Go back to gold. Take a look at gold. Gold looks like it's pushing. It's trying over the EMAs. I'm dropping some bids on 336 GLD calls. They're sitting at 15 cents. I'm gonna see if I can pick up a dozen for like 13 cents. See if maybe you get a little bit of a rejection here, and I can attempt to take a position in that for a zero DTE on gold while the market is doing what it's doing. And I just got filled. Come on, gold, do it for send it, baby. Gives us a head. Give us a heads up next time. Need to catch these moves. My edges are Q. Thank you, RQ, for you for the edgeless. That's like when Flab used to take off to go use the bathroom. Remember that? Flab would take off and all of us would start going long and stuff. We got another friend of ours like in my trading group, and we were just like that. We would wait for him to go use the bathroom because every time he would go to the bathroom, the market would dump. It just it was like on clockwork. It was like his bowels were in sync with with Nasdaq, man. It was you could make so much money when he would go poop. So funny, man. I can't make that stuff up. I need to short my stomach to my trade friends, and they know to short in Q. That's hilarious. And Q's selling now. That's the story. Oh man, a little bit of volume kicking in now. Oh, I have to submit that. Oh, okay. 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 So if I lower this, what does that do? Dang. In the stock market, you use anything you can to get an edge, even when someone doesn't have one. That's right. That's right. And what you think might not be an edge sometimes can turn into being your edge. How's everybody holding up today? You guys holding up all right? It is just like that tipped right now. It is just like that right now, my friend. Oh man, yeah, it's a tough day. It's a tough day. I'm just grateful that you know, I'm a little bit green in my futures account. So Max, yeah, it's been a tough day. This just terrible price action. Alrighty, team. We're about 11 minutes after the hour now. Broke all my entry rules this morning, then sized up against the trend, trying to time the bottom. Crazy thing is, I know not to do any of that. It happens to us every day. That's where, having your journal, writing it down, and sometimes you gotta feel the burn to learn the lesson, unfortunately. So some of these lessons that we have to pay, some of them have to be costly lessons for us to finally take our hands out of the fire and not get burned. And that's what I for sure think that's what makes this the most difficult is that human instinct is you want to put your hands in, you want to do something, right? This is literally every stop filled. I feel you, bro. It's challenging. I'm like 7% green on these calls right now on GDL. Dang. I feel you, man. I feel you. It's frustrating to say the least. Like he's still selling, still going for it. Goes NQ trying to push above the 9 here in the new hour. Could this be the pivot to the upside move we've been waiting for? All right, there's that dump on NQ. Finally setting in. Been waiting for it. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know if we were. Were we giving away PCs? I didn't get no PC. Gold finally pushing, trying to catch its bid. Ooh, excuse me. I'm up 23% on my gold calls now. Let's go. It's at 13. That's right, bro. Gold. Love gold. Wouldn't be the first time I traded gold in the New York session. It won't be the last. Come on, baby. Put these calls in the money. About 42 minutes from power hour. And we've made it through the day. We have maintained some of our sanity through this whole trading session. I don't know how. I hope you guys are having a decent day. It's been challenging for me. I think I've said that a few times through the session. Oh, there's that sell on NQ. Ugh, nasty. How are they gonna dump this? There goes gold. Gold's ripping now. I'm up 46% on these calls now. Let's go. Wow, that's pretty sweet. And Q is pushing further down now, testing that low. Tech is starting to dump. Google selling. Weakness across the board in the market starting to set in. Come on, gold. Push it up. Come on, gold. Put these calls in the money, baby. Send it. You guys want to take a look at gold? This is what I'm looking at right here. We just need to break through this. We break through this, and you're gonna have a crazy push on gold. We'll get like a zip up. It'll be like, whoop. Let's see. Hope you guys don't mind. Yeah, I'm over there on that. You know me, I follow the money. I'm up 69% on these calls now. I think you starting to catch a little bit of that bid. What they're gonna do? GLD is like 5 cents away from putting my calls in the money. We can get that break on NQ. Get a rejection though. No bueno. No bueno. I'm gonna move my stop up a little. I probably shouldn't. I should probably let it breathe a little bit more instead of just choking it up. I got my stop in the money though. I got my stop on the money on my contracts. Oh man. Well, congratulations, General. General's at the hospital waiting for his new grandson. Oh, we're gonna have another D-Gen coming into the group, I guess. Come on, Gold. Don't stop me out. Keep pushing, baby. About 2 cents away from getting stopped out on these. Let's see how this plays out. Dang it. Looks like Gold is rejecting there. I'm gonna get stopped up. Just got stopped out on that position. It is what it is. Oh, a little bit of profit. A little bit of profit. But we'll take it. We'll take it. What? Oh, I didn't even. Man, I got stopped out of break even. Dang. I lost 41 cents on that trade. I didn't even take profit. Oh man, that's not what I man, that's all right. All right, whatever. Whatever. Well, yeah, sellage, fees, and everything else. I ended up losing cents on the trade. But I'm trying to get better at having my stops and stuff like that. Because with Robinhood, I couldn't do that. You have this weird, like, funky stop sell order that doesn't work most times. So basically, look, I'll show you, and I've got it in. This is how I was trading it right there. So you can see where my stop and my take profit is. And that's the actual options contract. So it's not even me managing the just the trade on a regular interface. So I actually have the contracts expiration on the chart, which is pretty neat. I like it. Something different. I've wanted to do it like this for a minute, but I never I never really got into a broker that I could do it like this. So, this is my go at it. Because I can find good trades. I find a lot of good trades. The problem is that managing the trades I lose more often than not. So I need a way to be able to put in a safety net to protect my position better. And at the end of the day, even breaking even, I'll take that. I'll take that. I mean, I rather break even than lose money, because it's stressful and it's difficult to just keep dumping money into your port. You know, ain't no you just can't be doing that nonstop. Yeah, so that's basically what I've been doing. Let me take that out of here. That's not relevant to what we're doing. Well, it looks like gold is going for it again, or Nasdaq is going for it. NQ or gold pulling back, rejected that 336 mark. Mm. Getting buy signals on NQ. Still pulling back though. All right, team. Mm. This is what happens when I don't short America. Yep. I've like put that out in the intrawebs. Never short America. I'm actually looking at shorting gold. 335 puts are 4 cents right now. Literally 4 cents. I mean super cheap. What's this thing turning off? Every time I hit the sell button, coach's voice pops up in my head and I refrain from pressing the button. All my positions have been long lately. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not getting in your head about the long positions. Or I hope it's working out for you in your favor. How about that? All right then. I'm living rent free in some folks' heads. Still getting buy signals on NQ, but I don't like it. I don't like where we're at. Look at that. There's goes gold under. Rejected that whole order block. Couldn't get above it. Mm, let's look at the way NQ looks on this chart. So what are we gonna do? Bear flag, V-shaped recovery. I feel like buying NQ right here is still like catching a falling knife. It hasn't formed a bottom yet. You're absolutely right. Like to me, it's like it wants to form a bearish flag here, but then, I kind of get worried that we'll have a V-shaped recovery here into the latter half of the day. It is Wednesday though. Normally Wednesdays and Thursdays, Wednesday or Thursday, we get the low of the week. We've had a nasty downtrend for most of the morning, since 10 a.m. It's just been all selling pressure, very controlled selling pressure at that. It's so aggravating, though. It's so aggravating. Even gold's doing the same thing. Gold is just kind of stuck in that range too. It just doesn't want to do anything. Let's go over to gold here. See, like gold was trying to go for it, rejected. Now it's pulling back. But then you look at like a five. You're on the EMA right now. Could we develop a trend line here on the five and maintain that and keep the upward push? Is that what we're seeing? Whereas like on NQ, we got a downward trend right now kind of playing out. Let's get a 5 minute on here. Ugh. I mean, sheesh. Who wants to long this? You know what I'm saying? Who wants to long this? You guys can see it. It's not giving you confirmations for longs. Yeah, it's because it's like end of day. You're at that end of day, so you're all kind of worried that you might get that end of day pop, you know. People will start piling in to swing for tomorrow, and then you'll get hosed on that short, you know what I'm saying? You're short. I thought you were a giant, Ted. I thought you were a giant. Not for the day. I feel you, man. I feel you. It was a fade the day for sure. Nah, for the day. My daughter's birthday. Oh, well, that's cute. Well, happy birthday to her. I'm a girl dad too. Guess I could have shorted. Yeah, you could have shorted. You definitely could have shorted. Tesla's about ready to give it up. It's about ready to drop it. Drop it low, low. Drop it low, low. Yeah, we're still pushing lower here going into power hour. About 12 minutes away, team. Watch yourselves on these trades. Mm-hmm. Quick scalp at the close of this thing. Let's see what it does. Like quick scalp right there to the upside. Where am I sitting at in my account now? Hmm, not too bad. Could have been better. How old? Yeah, probably. hmm, Who knows? My daughter is 8. My daughter is 8. Definitely a different experience than my son's. Yeah, no, I know you were asking Ted. I was just throwing it out there, making chat. 10. Oh, all right. Yeah, we got the general. He's at the hospital right now waiting for his grandson to be born. So he's got his little buddy coming into the world, another little degen entering. My son will be 3 in a couple of weeks. My downside target is still around 23,810. Right on. Looking at it. Thank you just isn't doing anything now. Looks like we might get that push now. Gold's starting to sell a little. Hmm. 6 minutes away from Power Hour team. I'm hearing like reports that people are looking at shorting Nvidia and some of the tech sector going into the close. Oracle starting to sell. Hey, Doc Holliday, how's it going? Hey, unfortunately, we only allow speakers on Fridays. Unless you've been vetted by the team, then we can bring you on through the week. But unfortunately, only on Fridays. But if you do have a question, feel free to drop that in chat. We'd love to hear your question, love to answer and help you any way we can. All right. Just in case you can't hear me. Yeah, but if you got a question, Doc, feel free to drop that in chat. Looks like NQ is starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. Kind of in the middle of nowhere, though. We still got downside target. Hey, Coach Matt, welcome to the party.
What's up, Coach Riz? How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm holding in. I'm holding in. It's been a little frustrating day to say the least.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Has.
man, I've almost pulled out my darn hair. It's like, man, you get in, you get the yo-yo, and I'm just like, man, I I think our team has heard me, huff and puff throughout the day plenty. Yeah, it's been a rough day.
It's been choppy. It's been choppy. I mean, you came in pretty clean. You came into today overnight action. Supported the that late stage rally we had yesterday.
Hmm.
Off imbalances, we had that real good price movement on the bull side yesterday, and that kind of continued throughout the Asian session, going into the European session. You had a little bit of chop, but nothing too aggressive. Just a little bit of a pullback more than anything. You're
Hmm.
even clean coming into the PPI report this morning, and then obviously we had some pretty sensitive volatility around the PPI report. And initially, those algos just gobbled it up. My goodness, that entire 15-minute candle was done in like 15 seconds.
Hmm.
The market basically was like, oh, we have no inflation and we have a negative labor market. Oh man, we're getting rate cuts galore here. And all of a sudden, the market's like, ooh, not so fast. We got CPI tomorrow, brother. And so the algo certainly pushed it, but it didn't really have any fall through. And then what was really interesting is, at least for me on the ES, up until about an hour ago, like the ES was inside the first 15-minute or the 15-minute orb on the PPI report all morning long. Like it was just shaky, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And those are the most frustrating day trading environments, are like wide range consolidation where it's just up, down without any consistent. And so I would absolutely agree with you. It feels like we're gonna finish inside pattern, inside range on the daily chart and set up a really interesting technical battle going into tomorrow's CPI report.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty, It doesn't look like investors are buying the information they're being given.
No, no, the algos did, but the people didn't. And that's
Mm-mm.
kind of the general point on the momentum. Momentum gets sparked by algos, but it's people that carry. And
Mm-hmm.
there was just no follow through on that. And that just tells me people, they saw the data as positive on the PPI. It's hard to not see that data as positive on the PPI report. I mean, it came out at expectation was what, 0.3. Last
Yes.
month was like a 0.7 increase. Last month's PPI report was really, really, really nervous, quite frankly. You came in at a negative 0.1 on core, negative 0.1 on typical PPI. Expectation was 0.3. That was a big time miss on PPI and alleviates some of the inflationary pressure from the market. That should be a number, just based on the number itself, that the market, you get the algo move to the top side, but that should be a number that the market buys. And they didn't. What does that tell you? It's not as big of a deal as the CPI report, which is always the case. CPI report is be more important than CPI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Just get verification and you get access.
Be a white aimer. Hey, Ron, this is all about inclusion. We have to. We can't deny our white namers. They're part of the community. We gotta show them love too.
Who's the white namers? What am I missing here?
No, Aaron was just, joking around about that in chat.
Oh, God. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, get verified. Anon, that's not good teamwork, brother.
Yeah, it's all good. Hey, there's a
That
loser on every
creates a
trade.
doji where nobody makes money, Anon. When you have one person buy and one person sell, it's a doji. No, nobody makes money. We like momentum, brother. What's your are you involved right now, Riz? Or are you waiting on something? What's your current thoughts on the market?
I'm waiting right now. I've got my finger on the trigger. I got money in the bank. I'm ready to buy something. I'm ready to do something. I was I'm worried about a bounce because we're getting close to the end of the day and people wanting to take positions into tomorrow, right? But also at
Mm-hmm.
the same token, we've been selling since 10 a.m.
Yeah,
So for
pretty
I can't,
consistent on the 5 minute chart too. I mean, it's
yeah, I can't go long.
pretty.
I can't go long. There's no reason for me to go long other than
Yeah,
that which I've just stated. So, and you know me, I prefer a bullish trade than a bearish trade. It's just what works better for me visually. And unfortunately, yeah, I just kind of sitting here and waiting, wondering.
I
It
think the
looks
current. Yeah, finish your thought, brother.
It looks more selly though, to answer your question. I think we're gonna just continue to
Edges,
fade into the close.
I agree 100% on the intraday side of the equation. There's not a bull edge yet. I agree with that. There, which means you have to see something specifically to get on the bull side of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
For me to get on the bull side of the equation here right now, I need to see a reversal here. And it's at a good zone to reverse. The 6530 on the ES is a good zone to reverse. It was the European pivot point on the overnight action. And so I would need to see a little bit of reversal here and then break back up above 6540. Good W formation between 6530 and 6540 with the break back up above 6540 would trigger into a reversal on the 5 and the 15-minute chart. So I'm anchoring kind of like the pivot point on the orb on the PPI report, like that. I know the orb is the opening range, but I do the same thing on economic reports.
Mm-hmm.
That pivot on the economic report is at 38 on the ES. And so you got that pivot point on the ES on the PPI report volatility at 38. You have a pivot on the overnight action at 40. The current trend line of the 50 on the 15-minute chart puts you right there at 6540. So to me, it's kind of like one of those things. Like, this is something that I feel is extremely important for day traders in terms of mapping out what you need to see to have the confidence to make that trade. Go through the activity. I want everybody to do the same thing, guys. What do you need to see to take a bull trade? What do you need to see to take a bear trade? For me to take a bull trade, I need to see a W formation and a break back up above 6540. That's the current development in my estimation. For me to take a bear trade, I do see a very clean scalp between 6530 and 6520. And so if I see a trigger, because I'm flat right now. So if I see like you clip 6530, I see a very quick 8-point journey down to 22. If I see a W break back up above 6540, that's going to be a day trade that I could carry into the overnight session. So that's I think the market's very same as you, Riz. The market's been like choppy and terrible and hasn't been fun today. But
Mm-hmm.
that's where it kind of can get clean. Remember we talked about this 2 labs ago. Clean versus dirty. Today's been dirty. What do you need to see? You need to see it get clean. How does it get clean? Pattern development, clean up the levels, time correction. There's a lot of different ways it can get clean. But that's how I like to kind of look at things is what do I need to see for me to get involved on the buy side? W, break back up above 6540. What do I need to see to get involved on the bear side? I don't see a standardized day trade on the bear side because there's too many levels to the left of the chart for me. But I do see a quick scalp journey, 8 points from 30 to 22 that I would be interested in. So those are the two setups. I see it through a K trade setup scenario. First one wins.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Rounders is a fantastic movie. If you have not seen Rounders, highly recommend. Specifically for the all-in scene when he splashes the table. Fantastic scene. But I certainly agree with you as of right now. Bears have control of the 5. They have control of the 15. Got to reverse for the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to confirm for the Bears. Now, personally, I don't see like an aggressive, great day. This is all just kind of tickling the price in front of tomorrow's CPI report. What about the team? What's the team right now? You know where Coach Riz is. You know where Coach Matt is. Where are you guys? Long, short, flat, sitting, patient. Where's the team at? And don't be shy.
Well, looks like Nacho is full port. Looks like Tipped is full port. all risk, no stops. Anon is short NQ, long gold, and long CL.
That's like,
God, General has tainted this chat.
Anon's a long GC and crude and short NQ.
Yeah,
That's the end of the world trade right there, buddy.
I like it.
Oh, there's been a few times in my life I've been long gold, long crude, short ES. There's been a few times. Yeah, Tipped. I don't like having an aggressive read here today. Like I think everything's done on intraday time frames. We're not seeing any expansion on momentum on longer time frames. I think everything is inside and lacks momentum. I don't think you should expect any momentum here today. Kind of feels like a bleed theta day, honestly. Well, you know, when I'm looking at the indexes in general, the only index that is outside its daily range right now is the ES, and that was based on the momentum of the imbalances yesterday and the overnight session. When you look at kind of even the Nasdaq, which I feel has had pretty good development this week, even the Nasdaq still inside daily ranges, and when I mean ranges, I mean patterns. They're still inside their pattern development. Russell 2000 still basing right there underneath the 2400 level. The Dow Jones still in a consolidation period after a multiple time frame breakout from 2 weeks ago. Real clean resistance levels on the Dow Jones, real clean resistance levels on the Nasdaq, real clean resistance levels on the Russell 2000. The only index that is outside range right now is the ES, but again, I think there's a little bit of momentum on the content on the intraday side of the equation. Um, Tomorrow could set up a scenario where indexes break out, guys. Like tomorrow is important, very important day. OPEX could, yeah, it could. I feel CPI is going to put us outside range tipped. But my goodness, like we haven't had a momentum condition on the daily chart in 2.5. You know what I mean? So would it be shocking to see the market finish inside patterns this week? No. I mean that's what the market's been. If it's going to break, CPI is the last data point before the Fed next week. Like if the market can't break out on a CPI and it can't break the patterns on CPI, I don't know what will in front of the Fed. Fed's on Wednesday. By the way, I asked this to an earlier group today. Let me ask you guys the same question. Should the Fed next week cut 25 basis points, 50 basis points, or sit on their hands? Oh, just get it out. Just get it out of the way. Just rip that 100 basis point cut and just get it out of the way. If they panic, the market panics. Period. End of sentence.
We're gonna break the low in the market. This is starting to get good.
Yeah, you just broke 65.30. Should be heading down to 22. Like I said, if you get underneath 30, it's a pretty quick journey to 22, in my opinion. Now at 22, that's a pretty important number, honestly, on the levels. Like 65.20, 65.22, 23. That zone is a really important zone. Keep an eye on that.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, shorting the ES is not anti-American. In fact, I think it's the most American thing you can do.
What?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Freedom of expression.
Wow.
See, Tips. You're my boy, Blue. Actually, probably shorting the Russell 2000 would be un-American because those are all very sensitive American companies. The ES is chock full of international companies. But when in doubt, always short Europe over America. What about is shorting the dollar un-American? Like, where do we end this? What? No. No. That's not. Is that true?
I don't
Klutz, is
know.
that true? In Utah? No. I lived in Utah for 44 of my years.
Oh yeah, he was shot.
At the unit. Oh my God. That is shocking.
Oh, he's a right ring guy. Huh.
Yeah, Charlie
Interesting.
Kirk's a right-wing influencer.
So he's in the middle of all that stuff. So,
Oh,
well, you know,
epicenter, brother.
like a good friend of
Epicenter.
mine always says, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So,
I wonder what happened.
who knows? I mean, when you're on the fringe side of news and stuff, I mean, you're kind of inviting all the outliers, you know? He's in
That's
critical condition. Oh, that's a shame. That's
terrible.
sad. Yeah, sad nonetheless. Things are
Yeah,
scary. Things have
I'm
been
not a Kirk
scary.
guy. I don't hope violence in America, especially political violence. We need to get a handle of this shit. This is terrible. Sorry for the cuss word there. This is terrible. I
Yeah.
don't care if you like Kirk, if you don't like Kirk. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent. I don't care. Nobody. Violence in America politically is not okay by anybody, or shouldn't be okay by anybody.
Yeah, it's just the stuff at the colleges has really gotten out of hand, you know?
I remember being in college and having the most aggressive political debates.
People just can't have
Hell,
conversations
I
anymore.
blinded Lady Liberty at my college campus back in college there, Riz. I was mad at the college for doing something, so I formed a group and we did a whole bunch of blinds on the Lady Liberty statue, doing my whole independence thing. Like, people should have every right in the world to speak their opinion. Don't like it. There is nothing wrong with discourse and discussion and disagreement and debate. All of those things push us to a better version of ourselves. And we have a small percentage of people who just, this is, no.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem with the debate nowadays is exactly like you said. You know, for some odd reason, people just they can't agree to disagree. You know, be like, all right, you know what? There's plenty of, there's so many things around the world that I have no influence on. And
Yeah.
I just don't choose to take a stance on it because it's just so far out of my spectrum that it just doesn't make a difference what some
Yeah.
Mexican guy here in Texas thinks. So I just kind
Yeah.
of like to stay out of certain things, you know? But some people just can't do that. They just feel so ingrained that they gotta do something
I'll
about
tell
it.
you a quick story. I grew up. My father was the local county commissioner. I grew up kind of in a little bit of like that was our conversation. We talked politics, we debated politics on every job site I grew up in. The conversations were on politics, economics, you name it. I just kind of grew up in that environment. Um, you grew up discussing these and it was very easy to have a political discussion and agree to disagree and all of those things. Today, like it's amazing to me. Most people in America have about 90% commonality on the macro side of the equation, but yet we laser focus on those disagreements, what separates and divides. And it's in that 10% of what separates and divides us that we should have discussion, have open-minded, and be willing to listen to the thoughts and experiences of others so that we can get to a better society. That's not who we are. It's not who we've been trained to be in the last 10 years. And hopefully we get back to that because, again, whether you like Charlie Kirk or not, I think we can all agree that political violence has no place in America. Zero. None. And yet it's expanding, not contracting. I'm sad. I'm sad today. This sucks. And I'm not a Charlie Kirk guy. Like I just think this is terrible. Well, that's the thing. That's what happens on all forms of social media, and Charlie Kirk does it. Like taking stories and creating influence and creating visibility. It all sucks. Sorry for the soapbox, you guys. Bad news.
Oh, there's that push down. QQQ is still pushing to the
20.
downside. There goes ES now following suit.
Oh, I stopped even looking at my trade.
Wow.
How you get back? Like, how many of you agree, though, that you should be able in America to have a discussion with somebody who's on the other side of the political philosophy, shake hands after the conversation, and learn from each other? Like, that's how I feel. I'll get off the politics, guys. I know that's not why we're.
No, I definitely agree with you. It's just a lot of, you know, people just can't talk it out now. Everybody's go-to is, attack. They're it's just weird. People are just on pins and needles and they're ready to just attack one another.
Yeah.
Having respect for one another is out the window. You know, things are just so different now. People just don't care what other people think, feel, or their opinions are, or anything. Like sometimes I don't like going out. I'd rather just stay at home. I like staying in my little space and you know, it's I
Oh,
don't
I
know.
like my, I like, I like my home base.
Yeah,
There's no doubt. There's no doubt, no doubt. Drilled 22 on the ES, by the way.
sure did.
Break 22 gets choppy. A lot of price action. The next real true support level is probably 6,500. I mean, you got some moving averages there, but 6,500 would be the next true test. I'll probably close though at 6,522. I just had a scalp here. I'm looking at your option trades there, Steve.
Oh, we're out almost at that support level on NQ. Uh,
Lab tomorrow, we're going to focus on overnight sessions, understanding the time frames of the overnight sessions, instruments, just kind of take a look at the overnight sessions.
December and September 12th.
Aaron, that's awesome. Like, you should never get caught up in how much money you make or not. Like, money's a byproduct of doing things the correct way. You had a great trade.
That's
What'd you
solid
do
trade.
right? What'd you do
Congrats.
wrong? Rinse and repeat. Great trade. Good job.
Oh, those are 80. So we could take it long on this. Let's see if it's time. 5
Kirk
minutes
was
from
shot
the
in the
bottom.
neck, by the way. They do have this suspect, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they're saying it was an activist already that shot him.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
It was in Provo. For those of you that don't know Utah, that's a little shocking.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron, you gotta really just kind of, if you start having trouble with the time frames, that's what I do. That I'll start kind of flipping through, trying to find something that gives me some clarity that I can see some kind of trend or some pattern. That's ideally what you want to do. So good work on that. Come on, give us that end of day bounce in Q. NFL, Netflix, CEO. What? Who's stepping down? Come on, Bulls. Oh, that's good. That's good, Aaron. So that book helped you out find an edge. Congrats. I'm gonna move my stop in the money on this. Tech is starting to trend to the upside. That's what I'm hearing. Oracle making a move to the upside.
Did you
Nvidia,
see
Nvidia's starting to move.
Oracle was their earnings report today was fascinating. Slight misses on EPS and revenue, but they had, and I can't remember what the number was, but I want to say they had let me get the number. It was jaw dropping. 455 billion in remaining performance obligation. They got sales for decades coming, and it's outlandishly unreal. Like I have no other way to say it. Like an unreal earnings report from guidance perspective. It was shocking, out of this world good. Aaron, that's awesome. Jesse Livermore is the greatest trader in the history of mankind.
There you go, getting that upside now. Let's go. Send it, baby.
Yeah, ES is battling after it hit that 22 level.
Yeah, I got a solid entry on that long, right off the 9.
Did you?
Yeah. I went long at 805 on NQ. Barely any drawdown. Now we're just coasting. We're just gelling. I raised my stop. Dang, those 580s just jumped to 39 cents. I was eyeing some QQQs for 0 DTEs. They were like a quarter. 581s are 12 cents. They were just like 6 seconds ago. So they're up 50% already. Or 100%. Sorry. Look at that. Wow.
Looks like the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting is an old white guy. Oracle and OpenAI signed a deal worth $300 billion, the largest cloud computing contract in history. Well, we know who is the bulk of that $430 billion in remaining obligations. That is OpenAI, representing 70% of it. Wow. Looks like India and the US are trying to soften relations as well. Just read an article on that.
If you were trying to establish a position, Anon, you want to swing this.
Medium to long, medium term long position. Can you define medium term? 2 weeks? Okay. So 2 weeks would be a swing trading conversation, Anon. And so as a swing trader, if you're looking at crude oil here, you wouldn't be using a stop loss the same way you would as a day trader. You would want to give it a little bit more room. Obviously, if you're doing CL, you would obviously do it from a small position size as well. If I was looking at a swing trade right this very second on CL, my stop loss placement would be most likely underneath. I'm just kind of getting you a number here in a second. So I got an opinion at 63.40. The 9 EMA on the daily chart is 63.30. It would be underneath 63.40. So I would put a stop loss underneath 63.40. That's the intraday pivot. That's also the 9 EMA on the daily chart. That's where I would place the stop loss. Swing traders are going to take into conjunction the intraday pivots, important intraday pivots, and daily 9 EMA. That's what I would. Now, Go ahead, Riz. Your turn.
I'm just flipping through the charts, just looking at the EMAs and where they're sitting as well. Yeah, I would probably be more around 63.20. Think that would be more realistically around where I would be. Maybe, no, you know what? Probably 63.30. Just like you said, you got your
Yep.
plateau there. You start breaking that, and you run the rest that you might just slide real quick into that lower range. You got a gap right there
Yeah.
as well, and those are real funny. It'll yo-yo real fast on you, and that's what you don't want.
And if you wanted to be a little bit more conservative, underneath 63 would make some sense here. That's a pivot from last week. It's a pivot from 2 weeks ago on the day as well. So aggressively, I would use the 63.40 level, 63.30. Conservatively, I would 63 level.
Yeah, because even like on the 4 hour, your VWAP would be at 63.48. So if you're going for 2 weeks out, that's that kind of time frame you'd want to look at because you break that, you start opening to where you're gonna start dipping lower and you'll start testing the 9 EMA.
Yeah.
And you don't want to take too much of a drawdown on it. Are you looking to take that position already? Uh, Might be able to coast through it.
Yeah.
I got you. Right on. Good
Now,
luck to you. Well, I got stopped out on my long.
I haven't taken the long yet. I'm certainly considering.
For the last 19.
I know it's gotta see in a reversal. Like, I have certain rules that I can't break. In a reversal situation, I have to have a confirmation close. And I don't need it on the 15-minute chart. I just need it on the 5-minute chart. But like, close 5-minute chart, which means it's got to, like, you got to do it on this candle or next. It's trying though. It's fighting.
QQQ looks good. The structure on QQQ looks a little bit better, but then again, I'm looking at a lower time frame like this.
You wants
The
to
three
punch up
minute.
above 41 here.
Yeah, you're testing the 26 right now. Imbalances come out to the buy side, and you know calls are more expensive on QQQ for the time being. Man, I should have gone those 580s. And there goes NQ. There goes QQQ, making that rip to the upside. It's 581s are like 15 cents now. NQ now over the 9 and the 26. Let's see if we can get to that or below. So you can just tag that. Man, I wish I wouldn't have gotten stopped. Last 15. Oh man, it's crazy. You know, put that 581 in the money. Sounds like the imbalances are more to the sell side. Hmm. Hey, what's up, the nuke trader? No, we're just kind of waiting for the imbalances to come out. We've been kind of just cooking through most of the morning session, on the sell. So, now finally seeing a little push to the upside. We're all just kind of just trying to see if Nasdaq's going to continue the upside push or if it's going to run out of gas. Does she have it in the tank? How are you doing? How's your trading going? I feel you on that, brother. I feel you on that. Congrats. Early bird catches the worm. Just trying to see if, see if I can catch an end of day trade. I want to see if I can catch something explosive here. Something cheap and you know. There it is. 4 million. $1 million on buy on Nvidia.
Bulls are coming. Ferocious. Broke 30. Broke back above 37, heading 40.
Yeah.
I did miss the buy side here. Caught the sell side down to 22, but I missed the trigger on the buy side. When you wait on confirmation, sometimes confirmation goes too high. And that's kind of what happened here on the ES. It was a good price move on the bulls, though.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, nope. Huh. They're gonna rip this? Looks like they want to rip it, coach.
They definitely want to rip.
Can they do it though?
I wouldn't want to be on the sell side of the last three candles. Very interesting. If they can rip, it's got to get above 65. A little bit of a pivot point. It's right on the trend line today.
You suck
Yeah,
blue
there's been a little
chaos.
bit of chaos everywhere today, brother.
Jeez. There it goes. Never know, Tipped. You never know. I also like anarchy. All right.
Tipped. Bring on the chaos, Tipped. Make it confusing for everybody. PPI last month, record hot. PPI this month, negative. CPI last month, decent. CPI this month, record hot. Let's just make it crazy for everybody.
Yeah.
Later, MJ.
See MJ. She had some puts.
They are ripping coming into the close, though.
Yeah. I'm sure she cashed out of them already. Was that push? Sheesh. There it goes. Then get us to VWAP and the 200. Last 3 minutes of the bell.
It took a little bit of time, Riz, for the market to get some degree of consistency today.
Mm-hmm.
But once the ES got underneath that PPI orb, you saw consistency on levels played to the downside. The 22 level that we talked about played at the point of reversal, and then the
Mm-hmm.
bulls just have some momentum coming into the close. The first 5 hours of the trading day was kind of a dog and pony show.
It's terrible.
This one, like, it's been pretty consistent in the last hour. I thought,
Yeah, much better.
yeah.
Last 30. Well, there's that sell. And ding, ding, ding. There's your bell team. Wow. Man, talk about a flat day on NASDAQ and closing the day at zero, back to where we started. A whole lot of action, and I don't know. Tough day. What do you think, Coach Matt?
Yeah, I think it was. I think the algorithms on the PPI report set the stage for today being choppy. At the end of the day, markets were testing breakout levels, and I think we can just say it as simple as this. You know, when you look at the daily chart, NQ tried to break out at 24,000 here today. ES tried to break out and run here today. Russell 2000 tested 2,400 here today. Dow Jones tested the 45,750 level. All indexes outside the ES. ES is above pattern, but all indexes, if you want to make the market simple today, all indexes tested resistance and held. That's at the end of the day, that's what happened today. They tested resistance. We're not ready for prime time because of the PPI, because of the CPI report tomorrow, and it sets the stage for some really interesting patterns coming.
Definitely. It was just like that. Strong selling into the open and then finally a bounce end of the day. So
Yeah.
I think we'll have a flat overnight session. What do you think, Coach?
I would assume flat overnight. Like, if the market's not ready to break out during the U.S. session, I'd be a little bit surprised if the market wants to run into Asia and Europe. I think the market's going to very easily just say, you know, unless some other geopolitical situation, but I think the market into the CPI report. I think you're right. All right,
Yep,
Briz.
for sure. All right, Coach Matt. Thank you for joining me, and thank you everyone else. Sorry, we've got a meeting we got to attend to, so we will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.
Later, team.
Letter Coach Matt, thanks again for joining us. And don't forget, we got our launch plans on sale for $49 and $69. And I will be here with you with Macram and the rest of our Blue Sky team ready to trade with you guys in the morning session, answer those questions and tackle it in the market and make that money. You all have a great day. Good luck in the market, and I'll see you all tomorrow.